Hello there. Tonight we are going to Africa. Not the Africa of safari documentaries or colonial history, but the Africa of thousands of years of civilization that built cities and mapped the stars, and carved entire churches out of solid rock, and left behind structures whose specific construction methods remain unexplained after centuries of investigation. This is the most under-examined continent in the entire ancient mystery space, and what it contains is extraordinary. Before we begin, take a moment to subscribe and like the video, and tell me in the comments where you are listening from and what time it is for you. Now let's begin. We start in Zimbabwe, in the south of Africa, on a plateau between the Zambezi and Limpopo rivers, where the land is granite and the dry season turns the grass gold, and the sky in August is the specific blue that only appears at altitude without humidity. Here, on this plateau, a civilization built a city between approximately the 11th and 15th centuries CE that was, at its height, one of the largest urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa, home to perhaps 18,000 people, the capital of a kingdom that controlled the gold trade between the interior of the continent and the coast, and that left behind ruins so substantial and so sophisticated that when the first European travelers encountered them in the 19th century, they flatly refused to believe that Africans had built them. Great Zimbabwe. The name means house of stone in the Shona language, and the ruins to which it refers are spread across nearly 800 hectares of the Zimbabwean plateau in 3 distinct sections. The hill complex, a series of enclosures built on and around a natural granite hill. The Great Enclosure, the largest ancient structure in sub-Saharan Africa, and the Valley Complex, a series of smaller enclosures extending across the lower ground between the other 2 sections. Together, these structures represent an estimated 15,000 tons of granite, shaped and stacked without mortar into walls that stand in some places up to 11 meters high and 5 meters thick, assembled with a precision and a consistency that has astonished every engineer and archaeologist who has examined them. The Great Enclosure is the structure that stops people. It is elliptical in plan, approximately 250 meters in circumference, surrounded by a curved outer wall nearly 10 meters high at its tallest point, built from dressed granite blocks fitted together with a dry stone technique, meaning without any binding material, relying entirely on the precise fitting of the stones and on their weight to maintain the structure's integrity. The outer wall of the Great Enclosure is decorated near its upper section with a chevron pattern, alternating diagonal rows of differently positioned blocks that create a zigzag frieze running around the top of the wall, a purely decorative feature on a structure that required no decoration to be functional. Someone chose to put this decorative frieze on the wall. Someone had a design sensibility that went beyond utility. Inside the Great Enclosure, at the southern end, stands one of the most photographed objects in African archaeology, the conical tower. It is a solid, stone tower approximately 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide at its base, tapering slightly as it rises, with no door, no window, no hollow interior, no staircase, and no apparent structural purpose. It is not a watchtower. It is not a granary. It serves no defensive function. It does not support any other structure. It simply stands there, solid stone from base to tip, inside the Great Enclosure, and nobody has definitively established what it was for. The leading hypothesis, and it is a hypothesis rather than a confirmed explanation, is that it was a symbolic representation of a grain silo, a monument to agricultural abundance rather than an actual storage structure. But this remains interpretation rather than evidence. The conical tower is one of those archaeological objects whose existence is completely certain and whose meaning is completely unknown. The builders of Great Zimbabwe were the ancestors of the Shona people, and the archaeological evidence now conclusively establishes their authorship of the ruins, a fact that required significant political and scholarly struggle to establish, because the colonial era refusal to attribute the ruins to African builders, was not merely ignorant, but was institutionally enforced. When the first professional archaeologist to examine the ruins, a British woman named Gertrude Catton Thompson, published her findings in 1931, conclusively demonstrating from the pottery, the beads, the iron tools, and the structural methods that Great Zimbabwe was built by indigenous Africans, and not by Phoenicians or Arabs or any other external group. She was met with hostility from the Rhodesian colonial establishment that had an obvious political interest in the alternative narrative. The Rhodesian government subsequently banned the promotion of the archaeological findings and employed, at various points, non-archaeologists to produce reports supporting non-African origin theories for the site. This political history, the deliberate suppression of the truth about who built Great Zimbabwe, and for what reasons that suppression was maintained, is itself part of the site's story and part of why the genuine mysteries at present have received less serious scholarly attention than they deserve. The genuine mysteries are real and interesting, and they do not require any exotic attribution to be genuinely puzzling. How a society without written records organized the construction of 15,000 tons of precisely fitted granite across 800 hectares. What the conical tower meant to the people who built it. How the trade network that brought glass beads from India and porcelain from China to this plateau in the Zimbabwean interior was organized and maintained, and what caused the city's abandonment in the 15th century, whether through environmental degradation, political collapse, or some combination of factors that the archaeological record can only partially reconstruct. The gold. Great Zimbabwe's position as a capital city was inseparable from gold. The plateau on which it was built sat at the center of a region where gold was present in the soil, in the streambeds, and the Zimbabwe state, the kingdom centered on the Great Zimbabwe complex, organized the extraction and trade of this gold in ways that connected the interior of southern Africa to the Indian Ocean trading network and through it to Arabia, Persia, India, and China. Gold objects found at Great Zimbabwe include wire, beads, and fragments of worked gold. The famous soapstone birds of Great Zimbabwe, 8 carved stone sculptures that are among the most significant examples of pre-colonial African art, were found in contexts suggesting they had specific ceremonial significance in the kingdom's religious and political life. The soapstone birds each represent a raptor, probably an African fish eagle, perched on a carved stone pedestal. They were probably placed on walls or pillars within the enclosures, looking outward, and they may have represented royal ancestors or divine intermediaries in the Shona religious system of the period. The specific iconography of birds as royal and ancestral symbols in Shona culture survived the collapse of the Great Zimbabwe state and persists in Shona religious tradition today. One of the Zimbabwe birds is now the national symbol of Zimbabwe, appearing on the country's flag and coat of arms. It is one of the few cases in African archaeology where a direct, unbroken line can be traced from an archaeological object to a living cultural tradition. The trade routes that brought Chinese porcelain to Great Zimbabwe in the 13th and 14th centuries are worth dwelling on, because they represent a level of global connectivity that most people's mental map of medieval Africa does not accommodate. The porcelain shards found at Great Zimbabwe, Celadon ware from the Song and Yuan dynasty Chinese kilns arrived via the Swahili coast ports, particularly Kilwa and Sofala, carried by Arab dhow traders following the monsoon winds across the Indian Ocean. The gold and ivory that went out in exchange followed the same route in reverse, reaching markets in Arabia and India, and from there flowing into the broader Eurasian trade network. Great Zimbabwe was not an isolated inland phenomenon. It was a node in a trading system that connected sub-Saharan Africa to the wealthiest civilizations of the medieval world. The abandonment of Great Zimbabwe in the mid-15th century remains only partially explained. The most widely accepted explanation combines 2 factors: environmental degradation from overgrazing and soil exhaustion, as the large population of the capital and its surrounding settlements put unsustainable pressure on the local ecosystem, and a shift in the gold trade routes toward new centers further north and west as the Mutapa state rose to prominence and took over the role that Great Zimbabwe had played in organizing the interior gold trade. But neither of these explanations accounts fully for the speed and completeness of the abandonment. The city was not gradually depopulated, but appears to have been left relatively quickly, leaving behind the stone structures, the soapstone birds, the imported ceramics, and the specific mystery of a civilization that built one of sub-Saharan Africa's greatest monuments and then disappeared from it within a generation. North and west now, across the continent, to the Sahara Desert in what is now Algeria, to a landscape that in the 21st century is among the most inhospitable on Earth, but that between approximately 10,000 and 4,000 years ago was a very different place. The Tassili Najr is a plateau in the central Sahara, a vast sandstone massif rising from the desert floor to heights of over 2,000 meters, eroded over millions of years into a landscape of canyons and rock arches and isolated stone pillars, a geology of extraordinary and alien beauty. And on the walls and ceilings of its rock shelters and canyons, ancient people painted and engraved images over a period of approximately 6,000 years that constitute the largest and most important collection of prehistoric rock art anywhere in the world. The Tassili Najr rock paintings. There are approximately 15,000 individual images documented so far, with many more believed to remain undiscovered, span from approximately 10,000 years ago to approximately 4,000 years ago, covering the entire period of the African humid period, the climatic phase when the Sahara was green. The earliest images from the period archaeologists call the Roundhead period because of the distinctive style of the human figures depicted, show a world that the current Sahara gives no hint of. Hippos, crocodiles, cattle, elephants, giraffes, rhinoceros. A savanna and a waterway system that supported these animals and the human communities that hunted and herded alongside them, in a region that is now one of the driest places on Earth. The round-head figures themselves are among the most discussed images in prehistoric art. They are human in form, but with heads that are either featureless, shown as simple spheres without facial features, or rendered with elaborate geometric patterns, dots, circles, nested shapes, that have been interpreted variously as masks, as helmets, as stylized representations of beings from a spiritual world, and, by a persistent strand of popular speculation, as something else entirely. The specific absence of facial features on otherwise carefully depicted human bodies is a deliberate artistic choice, not a limitation of the artist's technical ability, since other elements of the paintings show considerable skill and attention to detail. Whatever the round head figures represent, the artists made a specific decision to render their heads in a way that distinguishes them from ordinary human figures in other parts of the Tassili paintings. The scale of the Tassili rock art is almost impossible to convey through description. The paintings are not concentrated in a single site, but distributed across hundreds of square kilometers of the plateau, in rock shelters and under overhangs, and on exposed cliff faces, in locations that would have required significant effort to reach. The sheer quantity of images, 15,000 documented images, potentially many more, and the 6,000-year span of their production suggests continuous use of this landscape by human communities across an enormous period of time. Communities that returned to the same locations over generations and added to the visual record of their world in layers that archaeologists are still in the process of untangling. The pigments used in the Tassili paintings have been analyzed and found to include ochre in various red and yellow shades, white chalk or kaolin, and charcoal for black, mixed with binding agents that may have included animal fat, plant sap, or blood, materials that were locally available, and that the artists processed into a paint that has, in the specific microclimate conditions of the sheltered rock faces, survived for thousands of years. The survival itself is a minor miracle. Rock art survives, or it does not, depending on the specific chemistry of the surface. The exposure to sunlight and rain, and the stability of the cliff face, and the Tassili's geology has been more cooperative than most in preserving what was left on its walls. What the paintings tell us about the people who made them is both extensive and limited in specific ways. They tell us about the animals these people lived alongside, which is some of the most important paleoenvironmental evidence available for the African humid period. They tell us something about the social organization of these communities, through scenes of herding and hunting, and what appear to be ceremonial gatherings. They tell us about the specific visual language and aesthetic conventions of different periods and different communities. What they do not tell us, because the people who made them left no written record, is the meaning of the specific images. What the round-head figures were, what the elaborate ceremonial scenes depicted, what the relationship was between the images and the spiritual or social life of the communities that produced them. We can see what they made. We cannot hear what they said about it. The Dogon people live in the Bandiagara escarpment in Mali, a dramatic cliff face rising over 500 meters from the plains below, dotted with the stone and mud brick villages that the Dogon built into the cliff face itself over centuries, in locations that were chosen for their defensive inaccessibility, and that are now among the most visually striking inhabited landscapes in all of Africa. The Dogon are known to the world beyond Mali, primarily for one thing: a body of astronomical knowledge that appears to include information about a star system that was not confirmed by Western science until 1970, which the Dogon apparently possessed in some form for centuries before that confirmation. The star is Sirius. Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky, visible from anywhere on Earth, and it has been significant to multiple African cultures for millennia. The ancient Egyptians organized their agricultural calendar around the heliacal rising of Sirius, the moment when Sirius first becomes visible above the eastern horizon just before dawn, after a period of invisibility, which in Egypt coincided with the annual Nile flood. The Dogon also have Sirius as a central element of their cosmology, calling it Sigi Tolo and associating it with their most important religious ceremony, the Sigui, which is held every 60 years and which involves the masked Sigi society and elaborate rituals, whose exact significance is known only to initiates. But the specific mystery of Dogon astronomical knowledge is not about Sirius itself. It is about what the Dogon apparently know about Sirius's companion. Sirius is in reality a binary star system. Sirius A, the bright star visible to the naked eye, has a companion star called Sirius B, which is a white dwarf, extraordinarily dense, the collapsed remnant of a star that has exhausted its nuclear fuel. Sirius B is invisible to the naked eye. It is far too faint to see without a telescope, and its existence was not confirmed by Western astronomers until 1862, when Alvin Clark observed it through a newly made telescope. The specific properties of Sirius B, its extraordinary density, its small size, its orbital period around Sirius A, were not fully established until the 20th century, with measurements of its mass and radius requiring spectroscopic techniques that were only available from the early 20th century onward. Marcel Grial, a French anthropologist who conducted extensive fieldwork with the Dogon between 1931 and 1956, published in 1965 a book called The Pale Fox, in which he described, with his collaborator Germain Dieterlen, a body of Dogon cosmological knowledge that appeared to include specific knowledge of Sirius B. The Dogon, Grial claimed, knew that Sirius had a companion star, that this companion was small and extremely heavy, that it had an elliptical orbit around Sirius A with a period of approximately 50 years, and that it rotated on its own axis. The orbital period Grial recorded from Dogon informants was 50 years. The actual orbital period of Sirius B around Sirius is approximately 50 years. This correlation between the Dogon's stated knowledge and the actual properties of Sirius B, in a domain that Western science only confirmed in the 19th and 20th centuries, is the specific puzzle at the heart of the Dogon mystery. If the correlation is genuine, How did the Dogon come to know something about a star system that they could not have observed with their unaided eyes? The explanations divide into two broad categories. The first is that the Dogon's knowledge reflects genuine ancient astronomical observation and knowledge transmission, somehow preserved across generations in their oral traditions and ceremonial practices, possibly derived from an earlier contact with a civilization that had more sophisticated astronomical instruments, or possibly derived from an extremely systematic long-term observational tradition that, through some specific insight, led Dogon astronomers to correctly infer the existence of an unseen companion from the specific behavior of Sirius A. The second category of explanation is more skeptical. The critics of Grial's work, most notably the astronomer Carl Sagan and the anthropologist Walter van Beek, who conducted his own fieldwork with the Dogon in the 1990s, have argued that the Dogon's supposed knowledge of Sirius B may reflect contamination from Grial's own questions, and leading that Van Beek found no Dogon informants who spontaneously mentioned Sirius B or its properties without prompting, and that the specific information Grial recorded may reflect what his informants thought he wanted to hear, rather than what they independently knew. The Van Beek critique is serious and has not been definitively refuted. It raises specific methodological questions about how Grial conducted his research that are not resolvable from the available evidence, since both Grial and his primary informants are dead. What can be said is that the question of Dogon astronomical knowledge is genuinely open. It has not been explained away convincingly by the skeptics, and it has not been confirmed as genuine ancient knowledge either. It sits in the specific space that the best mysteries inhabit, substantiated enough to be taken seriously, ambiguous enough to resist resolution. What is not ambiguous is the sophistication of Dogon cosmology as a whole, independent of the serious question. The Dogon have a creation narrative of extraordinary complexity, involving primordial beings, called Namo, who are associated with water and with the cosmic organization of the world, a concept of the grain of Digitaria, a tiny seed representing the smallest thing that exists, which contains within it all of creation, and a system of symbols and cosmological relationships that Grial's many volumes of ethnographic documentation have only partially decoded. Whether or not the Sirius B question resolves in the direction of genuine ancient astronomical knowledge, the Dogon cosmological system is one of the most intricate and most internally consistent non-literate cosmological systems ever documented, and it deserves the attention it has received, whatever the specific origin of its most famous astronomical claim. Lalibela. This name, when you first encounter the physical reality it describes, produces a specific kind of incomprehension that architecture almost never produces. The churches of Lalibela in northern Ethiopia are 11 monolithic churches carved directly from the red volcanic rock of a high plateau in the Lasta Mountains, each one cut downward from the surrounding rock surface, excavated into the ground and shaped into a complete church walls, roof, windows, columns, interior spaces, decorative details, all from a single continuous piece of living rock. They are not built, they're carved from the top down into the earth. King Lalibela, who gave his name to the town that had previously been called Roha, is said to have constructed these churches in the late 12th and early 13th centuries CE, following a vision in which he was commanded to build a new Jerusalem in Ethiopia as a pilgrimage destination, since the actual Jerusalem had fallen to Muslim forces under Saladin in 1187 and was now difficult for Ethiopian Christian pilgrims to reach. The 11 churches he is credited with building were named after sites in Jerusalem: Bet Mariam, Bet Golgotha, Bet Georges, and others, and laid out in a geography that was intended to echo the Holy City, with the stream running through the town called the River Jordan. The scale of what was actually accomplished is worth staying with. The largest of the Lalibela churches, Bet Medhain Halem, House of the Savior of the World, is approximately 33 meters long, 25 meters wide, and 11 meters tall. It is carved from a single mass of rock, surrounded on all sides by a rock-cut courtyard that separates it from the surrounding cliff walls. Its roof, which is at the level of the ground surface around it, is supported by 34 external and 38 internal columns, all carved from the same continuous piece of rock as the floor, the walls, and the roof itself. It is currently considered the largest rock-hewn church in the world. Bet George's, St. George's Church, is the one that appears in every photograph of Lalibela, and it is the one that most immediately communicates the specific quality of what was built here. It is a perfect cube, approximately 12 meters in each dimension, sunk into a deep pit in the rock with sheer vertical walls on all four sides, connected to the outside world by a narrow trench cut through the rock. The roof of the cube, visible from ground level, is decorated with a carved pattern of intersecting Greek crosses, in a design that is both geometrically precise and visually striking. Looking down into the pit at Bet George's from the ground level, with the church sitting at the bottom of its perfectly cut vertical shaft, is one of the genuine architectural experiences of the world. The specific engineering question that Lalibela poses is, how? The conventional account is that King Lalibela built these churches over approximately 24 years in the late 12th and early 13th centuries, with the assistance of angels who worked at night to compensate for the labor of the human workers during the day. The angelic assistance is a tradition within the Ethiopian Orthodox Church that frames the church's construction as a divinely assisted miracle. The actual engineering question is not answered by the angelic tradition, but is illuminated by it. The tradition exists precisely because the achievement seems to exceed what the available human and technical resources of 12th century Ethiopia could plausibly produce unaided. Modern engineering analysis of the Lalibela churches has identified several specific challenges that would have confronted the builders. Carving downward into rock requires removing all excavated material from a site that becomes progressively deeper and more enclosed as the work proceeds. Getting the stone chips out of a pit that is 10 meters deep and getting the tools in requires either a bucket and rope system at minimum, or some kind of internal ramp, neither of which leaves obvious traces in the finished work. The precision required to carve the interior columns, windows, and decorative elements at the scale the Lalibela churches achieve, using only iron chisels and hammers, is significant. The interior of Bet Medhain LM is not rough-hewn but finished, with relatively smooth surfaces and precise geometric details. And the consistent achievement across 11 separate churches, varying in plan and scale, but consistent in the quality of their execution, implies not a one-off project, but a sustained building program by a skilled workforce with significant accumulated expertise. Ethiopian scholars and some international researchers have proposed that the churches of Lalibela were not all built in the single reign of one king, but represent a longer construction history, with some churches possibly predating King Lalibela and others postdating him, accumulated over a period that might span several centuries. This interpretation, while not universally accepted, would distribute the engineering achievement over a longer time frame and make it somewhat less extraordinary in logistical terms, though it does nothing to explain the specific precision of the carving or the consistent high quality of the finished work. The churches are, whatever their precise construction history, one of the most remarkable building achievements in the history of architecture, built by a civilization that has received nothing like the attention that has been given to comparable achievements in Egypt, Greece, or Mesoamerica, the Mali Empire. Its name is spoken as if it were a single thing, but the Mali Empire at its height in the 14th century was not a thing in the sense that a building or a monument is a thing. It was a political and economic system of enormous scale and complexity, covering an area larger than Western Europe, governing a population of several million people across a territory that stretched from the Atlantic coast in the west to the great bend of the Niger River in the east, incorporating within it the gold and salt trade routes that made it one of the wealthiest states on earth at the time of its maximum extent. The specific evidence of the Mali Empire's wealth that has most penetrated modern consciousness is the pilgrimage of Mansa Musa. Musa, I was the Mali Empire's most famous ruler, governing from approximately 1312 to 1337, and in 1324 he undertook the Hajj, the Muslim pilgrimage to Mecca that is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, in a manner that no previous or subsequent ruler has matched for sheer scale of spectacle. The accounts of Musa's pilgrimage come from Arab and Egyptian chroniclers who witnessed or recorded its passage through Cairo, and they describe a caravan of extraordinary size. 60,000 men in the procession, 500 slaves carrying golden staffs, 80 or 100 camels carrying gold dust, and the emperor himself, accompanied by a court and a military escort of such scale that the caravan's passage through Cairo took an entire day. Musa's time in Cairo on the way to Mecca left a specific and documented economic trace. He distributed gold so freely and so generously in Cairo that he collapsed the gold market of the entire Mediterranean region for the following decade. Contemporary accounts describe Egyptian merchants who had prospered for years suddenly finding the value of their gold inventories devastated by the flood of Mali gold that Musa's pilgrimage introduced into the Cairo market. The devaluation of gold in Cairo following Musa's visit, estimated by some economic historians as a collapse of as much as 25% in gold's purchasing power in the region, lasted for approximately 10 to 12 years. A medieval African king caused inflation across the Mediterranean through the generosity of his pilgrimage spending. Mansa Musa appears on the Catalan Atlas of 1375, a major medieval European map of the world, depicted as a crowned African king holding a gold nugget, sitting at the center, the Mali Empire's territory in West Africa. This is one of the most striking pieces of evidence of the Mali Empire's international visibility in the medieval period. The Catalan Atlas was produced in Mallorca for the French royal court, and its cartographers knew enough about Mansa Musa and his gold to include him as a named figure in their representation of the world. The medieval European understanding of Africa was not blank, as is sometimes assumed. The Mali Empire and its extraordinary wealth was known to Europe. The city at the heart of the Mali Empire's commercial and intellectual life was Timbuktu. Today, Timbuktu's name is primarily used in English as a synonym for remoteness, the end of the world, the most inaccessible place imaginable, which is a specific irony given that for several centuries, Timbuktu was one of the most connected cities in the world, a crossroads of the trans-Saharan trade and a center of Islamic scholarship whose madrasas attracted students from across the Islamic world. At its height in the 15th and 16th centuries, Timbuktu had a population of perhaps 100,000 people and housed 3 major mosques and approximately 180 Quranic schools. The University of Sankar in Timbuktu was at roughly the same time that Oxford and Cambridge were developing their present forms, attracting 25,000 students from across West Africa and the Islamic world. The manuscript tradition of Timbuktu is one of the most significant and least known intellectual legacies of medieval Africa. Estimates of the number of manuscripts written and preserved in Timbuktu's libraries and private collections range from 300,000 to 1 million, covering subjects including mathematics, astronomy, medicine, history, theology, and law, written in Arabic and in several West African languages. The specific challenge of the Timbuktu manuscripts is their current condition. The political instability of Mali in recent decades, culminating in the occupation of northern Mali by jihadist groups in 2012, put the manuscripts at severe risk, and the international effort to preserve and digitize them, while significant, is in a race against the combined threats of political violence, climate, and simple physical deterioration. What the manuscripts contain, in terms of scientific, historical, and philosophical knowledge, is still being fully inventoried and translated. Preliminary analysis has found mathematical and astronomical texts that demonstrate a level of scientific sophistication in medieval West Africa that contradicts the assumption still widespread in popular understanding, that systematic scientific inquiry in this period was exclusively a European and Middle Eastern phenomenon. West African scholars in Timbuktu were reading and commenting on Euclid, were developing their own astronomical observations, were writing medical treatises, doing, in other words, exactly what their contemporaries in the Islamic world and in Europe were doing, in a city at the heart of the African continent, the Pyramids of Meroe. Most people know there are pyramids in Egypt. Fewer know there are more pyramids in Sudan than in Egypt. The ancient kingdom of Kush and its successor, state the Meroitic Kingdom, built approximately 250 pyramids across the Sudanese desert between approximately 720 BCE and 350 CE, more pyramids than the Egyptians built across the entire span of pharaonic history. The Nubian pyramids are smaller and steeper than the Egyptian ones, their angles more acute, their profiles more like needles than the broad monuments of Giza. But they are nonetheless proper pyramids built over royal tombs and associated with a mortuary tradition that consciously echoed and adapted ancient Egyptian practice. The Meroitic Kingdom at its height in the first centuries BCE and CE was a substantial state, controlling the Middle Nile Valley, trading with Rome, Ethiopia, Arabia, and India, and possessing a writing system, Meroitic script, that has never been fully deciphered. This is one of the genuine major unsolved problems in African linguistics and ancient history. We can read the Meroitic alphabet, borrowed and adapted from the Egyptians, but we cannot understand most of the Meroitic language that it encodes, because Meroitic appears to be related to no other known language, or if it is related to other languages, the specific connections have not been established to the satisfaction of the linguistic community. We have thousands of Meroitic inscriptions, many of them from the pyramid complexes at Meroe and at other Nubian sites, and we can recognize individual words and decipher personal names and title words. But the meaning of the great majority of the text remains inaccessible. The pyramids of Meroe were partially destroyed in the 19th century by an Italian treasure hunter named Giuseppe Follini, who went through approximately 40 of the pyramid tombs, dynamiting the tops off the pyramids to reach the burial chambers inside. The objects he removed from the royal tombs: gold jewelry, amulets, shabtis, decorated boxes, are now in museums in Berlin and Munich. The pyramids whose tops he destroyed stand as truncated stumps, their profiles permanently altered. The specific vandalism of Follini's work is a particular loss because the royal tombs of Meroe, had they survived intact and been excavated systematically by modern archaeologists, would have provided an unparalleled archive of information about the Meroitic Kingdom's royal culture, belief systems, and material wealth. What survived Follini's depredation includes some of the most impressive decorated burial chapels in the ancient world. Small temple structures built against the eastern face of each pyramid, they preserved painted relief carvings of the deceased rulers and their gods. The iconography of these carvings blends Egyptian models with distinctly Nubian artistic conventions. Nubian rulers depicted with broader, more muscular physiques than the Egyptian convention allowed. Nubian deities with specifically Nubian attributes. The goddess Aped-Mak, a lion-headed warrior deity who had no Egyptian counterpart, appearing prominently in the Meroitic religious iconography. One of the most striking aspects of the Meroitic kingdom is its tradition of ruling queens. The Nubian term for queen regent was Candace, which appears in the New Testament as Candace. The Acts of the Apostles describes Philip baptizing a eunuch in the service of Candace, queen of the Ethiopians, which most historians now read as a reference to a Meroitic Candace. Several Candaces led armies in battle, including the famous one-eyed Candace Amanirenas, who fought a war against Roman Egypt in approximately 24 BCE and negotiated a favorable peace treaty with the Roman Emperor Augustus after several years of inconclusive fighting. The specific detail of Amanirenas' military leadership, fighting on behalf of her kingdom against the most powerful empire in the Mediterranean world, and negotiating from a position of sufficient strength to secure peace on reasonable terms, is one of the most remarkable individual stories in African ancient history. The ancient city of Carthage, on the northern coast of Africa in what is now Tunisia, was for several centuries one of the most powerful cities in the ancient Mediterranean world, the capital of a trading empire whose commercial tentacles reached from the Levant to the Atlantic coast of Europe and Africa. At its height in the 3rd century BCE, Carthage had a population of perhaps 500,000 people, making it one of the largest cities in the ancient world, larger than Rome at the same period, roughly comparable to Alexandria. It was the city of Hannibal, who crossed the Alps with his war elephants in 218 BCE in one of the most audacious military campaigns in history, bringing the Roman Republic closer to extinction than it would come again for another 6 centuries. It was the city of Dido, the legendary queen who founded the city after fleeing from Tyre, whose story is told in Virgil's Aeneid in a narrative that has shaped Western literature for 2,000 years. Carthage is gone, not diminished, not partially surviving, not transformed into another city that sits on its foundations. Gone in the specific sense that Rome destroyed the city so thoroughly in 146 BC that almost nothing of the Carthaginian city itself survives above ground. The Romans plowed the site. They salted the earth, according to the legend, though modern historians doubt the literal truth of this detail. They spent 3 years burning and demolishing the city and carrying off its population into slavery. And what remained was essentially nothing, a layer of ash and rubble and the foundations of a few structures that subsequent Roman construction on the same site and buried under Roman Carthage, which itself partially survives. What we know about Carthaginian civilization, its language, its religion, its political institutions, its literature, its scientific knowledge, comes almost entirely from hostile sources. The Carthaginians were literate and wrote extensively, but because the city was destroyed so completely, almost no Carthaginian texts survive. What we know of Carthage, we know largely from Romans and Greeks, who were their enemies, who described them in the specific distorted way that enemies describe each other, attributing to the Carthaginians various practices, most notoriously the sacrifice of children, that modern scholarship has struggled to assess with any confidence given the partisan nature of the sources. There are some archaeological and epigraphic remains, Punic inscriptions on grave markers and dedication stones, the Tophet sanctuaries that may or may not be sites of child sacrifice, depending on whose interpretation of the physical evidence you accept. But these are insufficient to give us the Carthaginian civilization's own voice, its own account of itself, its own literature, and its own history. The specific mystery of Carthage is therefore a mystery of erasure, a civilization of the very first rank, founder of colonies across the Mediterranean from Spain to Sicily to Sardinia, pioneer of maritime exploration along the West African coast in voyages that may have reached as far south as the equator, possessor of an agricultural science so sophisticated that the Roman Senate voted to translate Carthaginian agricultural manuals into Latin, even as it was destroying the civilization that produced them, and almost nothing of its own record survives. We have the shadow of Carthage, cast by its enemies, and the few objects its people left in the ground. The substance is gone. The specific mystery of ancient African astronomical traditions extends well beyond the Dogon, across the continent. From the Sahara to southern Africa to East Africa, ancient people encoded astronomical knowledge in ways that are only beginning to be understood by Western science. At Nabta Playa in the Egyptian Sahara, approximately 100 kilometers west of Abu Simbel, a group of large stone slabs arranged in a circular pattern was discovered in the 1970s by archaeologists Fred Wendorf and Romuald Schild. Subsequent analysis determined that the stones had been placed by cattle-herding people who inhabited the region during the African Humic period, approximately 6,000 years ago, and that their arrangement appeared to encode a specific astronomical alignment. The stones aligned along an east-west axis corresponding to the rising of the sun at the summer solstice. If this interpretation is correct, and it has been both supported and challenged by subsequent analysis, then the Nabda Playa Stone Circle is one of the oldest astronomical observatories in the world, predating Stonehenge by approximately 1,000 years. The specific context of Nabda Playa is important for understanding what this might mean. The people who built the stone circle were not Egyptians in the pharaonic sense. They predate the unification of Egypt and the development of Egyptian state society by thousands of years. But they were people living in what is now the Egyptian Sahara during its green period, herding cattle, relying on the seasonal rains, and apparently developing a sophisticated enough understanding of astronomical cycles to align large stones with the summer solstice. Whether this knowledge contributed to the later astronomical traditions of ancient Egypt is unknown, but is not impossible. There was a historical connection between the Yaveh, cattle-herding communities of the Saharan regions, and the populations of the Nile Valley as the Sahara dried out and people moved eastward toward the river. The question of sub-Saharan African astronomical traditions is a field that is even more under-researched than the Nabda Playa questions. The Kalahari Bushmen, the Sand People, are known to have a sophisticated astronomical vocabulary and tradition, with specific names for stars and constellations that differ entirely from the Western tradition and that reflect long-term observation of the night sky from the Southern Hemisphere perspective. The Xhosa people of southern Africa have a tradition of astronomical observation centered on the Pleiades star cluster, whose heliacal rising was used as a calendar marker for agricultural planning. The Zulu have astronomical traditions involving specific stars and their relationships that have been studied by only a handful of researchers. In each of these cases, the tradition is real and documented, but the depth of the underlying astronomical knowledge and its potential antiquity is not fully understood because the research has simply not been done. The ancient city of Axum in northern Ethiopia is one of the most important and least known cities in the ancient world. At its height between approximately the 1st and 7th centuries CE, the Axumite kingdom was a major regional power, controlling the trade routes between the Roman Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, through the Red Sea port of Agilis, minting its own gold coinage, one of only a handful of ancient states to do so, and ruling a territory that at various points included parts of modern Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan, Yemen, and Somalia. The Axumite rulers were among the first in the world to convert to Christianity, doing so in the 4th century CE, and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church traces its origins to the Axumite conversion. What Axum is most famous for, to the extent that it is famous at all in the wider world, are its stelae, enormous monolithic stone obelisks carved from single pieces of granite and erected in the royal funerary park of the city. The stelae range in size from modest monuments a few meters tall to the great stele of Axum, which at 33 meters tall and over 500 tons was the largest monolith ever erected by any ancient civilization. It fell at some point in antiquity, probably toppled by an earthquake, and its fallen sections lie in the funerary park. Its decorative carved facade, depicting the floors of a multi-story building in a pattern of windows and false doors that creates the impression of a tower. The standing stele of Axum that remains erect is 24 meters tall, the second largest, and the one whose survival is visible to visitors today. How the Axumites transported and erected these granite monoliths quarried from sites at least 4 kilometers from the funerary park is a question that has not been definitively answered. The stones are granite, the landscape is hilly, and the largest of the stelae, the Great Stele, is taller than a 10-story building and weighs more than 500 tons. Moving and erecting something of this size requires either a level of mechanical engineering, using levers, sledges, ropes, and coordinated human labor that the Axumite civilization clearly possessed, or engineering knowledge that we have not fully recovered. Experimental archaeologists working on analogous problems at other sites have demonstrated that monolith transport And erection at this scale is physically possible with ancient technology, but the specific logistics of the Great Stele remain a subject of scholarly discussion rather than a settled question. One of the Axum obelisks was not in Ethiopia for most of the 20th century. In 1937, Italian fascist forces under Mussolini removed the obelisk of Axum, a 24-meter, 1-100-and-60-ton stele, from the funerary park and shipped it to Rome, where it was re-erected outside the Food and Agriculture Organization headquarters as a trophy of Italian imperial conquest of Ethiopia. It stood there for 68 years before international pressure, and a series of negotiations between the Italian and Ethiopian governments resulted in its return to Ethiopia in 2005. The logistics of returning a 24-meter ancient granite obelisk from Rome to Axum. It had to be cut into 3 sections for transport, flown to Ethiopia on specially modified cargo aircraft, and then reassembled and re-erected at the original site, were themselves a considerable engineering achievement. It now stands again in the funerary park, returned to the city that built it after 68 years in an Italian street. The Benin bronzes are among the most technically sophisticated works of art produced in the ancient world, and they are central to one of the most contested conversations in current debates about cultural heritage, museum collections, and the ongoing consequences of colonial acquisition. The Kingdom of Benin, distinct from the modern nation of Benin, which was named for the Bight of Benin rather than for the kingdom, was located in what is now southern Nigeria, in the dense forest belt north of the Niger Delta. The Oba of Benin, a royal lineage that ruled the kingdom, maintained a tradition of commemorative brass casting that was used to record and honor royal ancestors, military victories, and important court figures. The artists who worked in brass and bronze for the royal court were organized into a guild called the Ijun Iranwan, whose members passed their skills from generation to generation across centuries, producing sculptures of extraordinary technical refinement using the lost wax casting process. The specific technical achievement of the Benin bronzes is their casting quality. The lost wax process, which involves creating a wax model, encasing it in clay, melting out the wax, and pouring molten metal into the space the wax occupied, requires precise temperature control, skilled wax modeling, and careful management of the clay mold to produce a clean, detailed cast. The Benin bronzes demonstrate a mastery of this process that is comparable to the finest bronze casting of Renaissance Europe. And some of the portrait heads, naturalistic depictions of the Oba and his court officials, often with extraordinary attention to the specific qualities of individual faces, are considered among the greatest portrait sculptures in any medium from any period of world art. In 1897, a British military expedition, the Benin Punitive Expedition, launched in response to the killing of a British diplomatic mission, sacked the royal capital of Benin City and looted the royal palace, removing approximately 3,000 brass plaques, sculptures, and other objects that were subsequently sold to European museums and private collectors. Today, the Benin bronzes are distributed across approximately 200 museums worldwide, with significant collections in the British Museum, the Ethnologisches Museum in Berlin, and the Pitt Rivers Museum in Oxford. The Nigerian government and the Benin Royal Court have been requesting their return for decades, and in recent years several European museums have announced plans to return portions of their collections, though the pace and completeness of these returns has varied significantly. The specific technical mystery of the Benin bronzes, how a kingdom in the West African forest belt developed and sustained a tradition of bronze casting of this quality, and what the specific relationship was between the Benin tradition and the earlier Ife bronze tradition of the Yoruba, is a question that archaeologists and art historians have been working on for decades. The Ifa bronzes, discovered in the 20th century at the Yoruba sacred city of Ife, are even more naturalistic and even more technically refined than the Benin bronzes, and are dated to approximately the 12th to 15th centuries CE. They appear from nowhere in the archaeological record, fully formed and of extraordinary quality, without a clear developmental sequence of cruder earlier works leading to the sophisticated later ones. Whether this absence of an evolutionary sequence reflects the incompleteness of the archaeological record, or something more genuinely mysterious about the tradition's origins, remains an open question. The Great Mosque of June in Mali is the largest mud brick building in the world, and it is one of the defining architectural achievements of West African civilization. Djéné itself is an ancient trading city at the confluence of the Niger and Bani rivers, continuously inhabited for approximately 2,000 years, and the mosque that sits at the center of its market square is the third mosque to occupy the site. The original was built in approximately the 13th century, was allowed to fall into disrepair by a ruler who considered it excessively grand, was replaced by a smaller building, and the current mosque was constructed in 1907 on the remains of the medieval structure, incorporating ancient walls and architectural traditions into its present form. The mosque is built from fairy, a sun-dried mud brick made from the clay of the Niger River Delta, mixed with rice husks for stability. The exterior walls are covered with a plaster of the same material, applied fresh each year after the rainy season damages the previous year's coat. The mosque's most distinctive feature is its exterior surface, which is embedded with hundreds of torn, wooden palm branches that project from the wall at regular intervals, giving the building its characteristic bristled appearance. The torrens serve as permanent scaffolding. Every year, in a ceremony that has been maintained for centuries, the entire adult male population of Djen climbs the torrent, armed with fresh plaster, to replaster the mosque's exterior surface in a collective act of renewal that simultaneously maintains the building and reinforces the community's relationship to it. The annual replastering of the Great Mosque of Djen is one of the most remarkable continuing building traditions in the world, a form of architectural maintenance that has been performed for over a century on the present building and for centuries before that on its predecessors. The specific genius of mud brick architecture in this climate is thermal mass. A thick mud brick wall absorbs heat during the day, preventing the interior from becoming unbearably hot, and releases the stored heat slowly at night, moderating the temperature swing between day and night in a climate where the diurnal temperature range can be extreme. The Great Mosque of Djen functions as a sophisticated climate control system, using nothing but earth and water in a way that modern building scientists have studied as a model for energy-efficient architecture in hot, dry climates. The Swahili Coast, the Indian Ocean coastal region stretching from southern Somalia through Kenya, Tanzania, and Mozambique to northern Madagascar, was for approximately 1,000 years one of the most cosmopolitan trading environments on Earth, a zone where African, Arab, Persian, Indian, Chinese, and eventually Portuguese influences met and blended in a cultural mixture that produced a distinctive civilization, a distinctive language, and a series of city-states whose stone ruins survive across the East African coast. The Swahili city-states Kilwa Kisawani, Mombasa, Malindi, Zanzibar, Mozambique Island were commercial cities, their prosperity built on the monsoon trade that connected East Africa to the wider Indian Ocean world. Gold from Zimbabwe, ivory from the interior, iron from the highland smelters, enslaved people from the raids into the interior. These were the outward goods. Indian textiles, Chinese porcelain, Persian glazed pottery, glass beads from various sources, these came in. The specific mixture of goods at any given Swahili archaeological site tells the story of that site's trading connections. And the story the sites tell collectively is of a coastal civilization that was deeply integrated into the global economy of the medieval period. Kilwa Kisawani, on an island off the southern coast of Tanzania, was at its height in the 14th and 15th centuries one of the most commercially important cities in the Indian Ocean world. The Arab traveler Ibn Battuta, who visited in 1331, described it as one of the most beautiful cities in the world, with well-built stone houses, a bustling market, and a court that he found impressive by the standards of anywhere he had been. The ruins of Kilwa include the Great Mosque, the largest medieval mosque in sub-Saharan Africa, and the Husuni Kabwa, a royal palace complex with a large bathing pool and reception hall whose scale and sophistication mark it as the residence of a ruler of considerable wealth and ambition. What strikes a modern visitor to the Swahili ruins is the stone construction. The assumption that sub-Saharan Africa built primarily in wood and thatch, an assumption that has been used to suggest a lack of architectural sophistication, is directly contradicted by the coral rag construction of the Swahili coast cities, where skilled masons built houses and mosques and palaces from coral limestone cut from the living reef, fitted together in walls of considerable quality, and decorated with carved panels of geometric and floral patterns that reflect the intersection of African and Islamic aesthetic traditions. The specific technique of coral rag construction, using the porous and relatively soft limestone of reef coral as a building material, is distinctive to the East African coast and represents an architectural tradition that developed locally in response to the specific material available in the coastal environment. The mysteries of ancient Africa are not mysteries in the exotic sense. They do not require the intervention of lost civilizations or extraterrestrial intelligence to explain. They are mysteries in the specific and more interesting sense of being genuine, historical and archaeological questions that remain open after considerable scholarly attention. What the conical tower at Great Zimbabwe was for, how the Lalibela churches were carved with the precision they show, whether the Dogon's astronomical knowledge reflects genuine ancient tradition, or the result of Grial's leading questions, what language the Meroitic script encodes, how the Benin bronze tradition achieved its extraordinary quality, apparently without a visible evolutionary sequence. These questions resist resolution for specific and different reasons in each case. Some, like Meroitic, resist because the linguistic evidence is simply insufficient. We need either more texts or a bilingual inscription that would provide the key, and neither has so far emerged. Some, like the Lalibela engineering question, resist because the construction process left no surviving tools, no written instructions, no evidence of the specific mechanics used, and the finished product is too perfect to reveal its own making. Some, like the Dogon question, resist because the primary fieldwork was conducted in ways that are now methodologically suspect and cannot be fully redone with the original informants. But there is a more general reason why these mysteries have not received the sustained, well-resourced scholarly attention that comparable mysteries at sites in Egypt or Greece or Mesoamerica have received, and it is worth naming directly. African ancient history and African archaeology have been systematically underfunded and understaffed relative to the scale and significance of what they contain. The intellectual legacy of colonial-era assumptions about African civilization, assumptions that were sometimes simply ignorant and sometimes deliberately propagated for political purposes, has left a field that is catching up to what it should have been doing for a century. Individual scholars, both African and international, are doing extraordinary work in this field. But the resources dedicated to understanding the ancient history of the largest continent on Earth remain disproportionately small relative to the scale of what is there to be understood. What is there to be understood is genuinely extraordinary. A continent that was the birthplace of our species, that nurtured civilizations for tens of thousands of years before the first pyramids were built in Egypt, that produced Great Zimbabwe and the Lalibela churches and the Timbuktu manuscripts and the Meroitic pyramids and the Benin bronzes and the Swahili city-states and the astronomical traditions of a dozen different peoples. And that is still in the process of being properly understood by the scholarship it deserves. The mysteries of ancient Africa are not the residue of a simple past. They are the incompletely read record of complex civilizations whose complexity is only beginning to be recovered. The rock art of southern Africa, distinct from the Saharan tradition of Tassili N'Ajjer, deserves its own specific attention because it is among the oldest, most extensive, and most artistically accomplished rock art traditions anywhere in the world. And because the specific tradition it represents, the San Bushman's shamanistic rock art is one of the few cases in which the people who created the art, or their direct cultural descendants, have provided specific interpretations of what the images mean. The San people have been making rock art in southern Africa for at least 27,000 years, and possibly longer. The oldest confirmed date for San rock art is approximately 27,000 years ago, making it contemporary with the great cave paintings of southern France and Spain, but in some technical respects more sophisticated in its understanding of the subject matter depicted. The most common subjects in San rock art are the eland, a large antelope of great cultural significance in San belief, and the trance dance, the central ritual of San spiritual life in which healers or shamans enter an altered state of consciousness through dancing, hyperventilation, and other techniques, and in this state are believed to access the spirit world, heal the sick, make rain, and control the movements of game animals. The specific genius of the San rock art interpretation that has emerged from the work of researchers like David Lewis Williams is the recognition that many of the images in the paintings are not naturalistic depictions of the physical world, but representations of the visual phenomena of altered states of consciousness, the geometric patterns, the sense of transformation between human and animal forms, the depictions of humans with animal heads or animal features, the sensation of elongation or flying, all of which correspond to specific documented features of shamanic trance experience as reported by practitioners worldwide. This interpretation, developed through detailed ethnographic work with surviving San communities, combined with neuropsychological research on the visual phenomena of altered states, provides a key to reading images that had previously appeared mysterious or arbitrary. But even with this interpretive framework, specific images remain genuinely puzzling. The White Lady of the Brandberg in Namibia, a painted figure in a rocky overhang in the Brandberg Mountains, approximately 35 centimeters tall, depicted in white with elaborate markings and surrounded by other figures, was long described as depicting a European or Cretan woman, part of the lost civilization fantasy that various colonial-era researchers applied to African rock art in much the same way they applied it to Great Zimbabwe. It is now understood as a San figure, almost certainly male despite its name, in ceremonial dress, consistent with a healing or rain-making ritual. But the specific meaning of this particular figure's pose and markings, and the specific occasion of the image's creation, remains unknown. The Kingdom of Nubia, the civilization that flourished in the region between the first and sixth cataracts of the Nile, today's southern Egypt and northern Sudan, was for much of ancient history the rival, the trading partner, and at times the ruler of ancient Egypt. The 25th dynasty of Egypt, the period from approximately 744 to 656 BCE, known as the Nubian or Kushite dynasty, saw Nubian pharaohs ruling all of Egypt for nearly a century, a period that Egyptologists and Nubian historians approach from very different angles. To some, it is a foreign occupation of Egypt. To others, it is a Nubian achievement that placed African kings at the head of the most powerful and culturally influential state in the Mediterranean world. The Nubian pharaohs of the 25th dynasty, Pi, Shabaka, Shabitku, Taharka, Tantamani, are interesting historical figures in their own right, but Taharka is perhaps the most significant. He ruled for approximately 26 years, from approximately 690 to 664 BCE, and during his reign Egypt was engaged in complex geopolitical maneuvering between the expanding Assyrian Empire to the northeast and the various kingdoms of the Levant. Taharka appears in the Hebrew Bible as Tirhaka, king of Cush, mentioned in the second book of Kings as coming to the aid of King Hezekiah of Judah against the Assyrian king Sennacherib. His reign ended when the Assyrians, under Asarhaddon and then Assurbanipal, invaded Egypt and drove the Nubian dynasty south, ending the period of Nubian rule over Egypt. The specific archaeological legacy of the 25th dynasty is a remarkable building program. The Nubian pharaohs, conscious of their position as rulers of Egypt and of their responsibility to maintain the Egyptian cultural and religious tradition, undertook extensive temple construction and restoration across Egypt and Nubia, leaving monuments from Memphis in the north to Kawa in the south that testify to the dynasty's wealth, ambition, and commitment to the ancient Egyptian traditions. The Sphinx statues of Taharqa, with their specifically Nubian features, broad nose, prominent cheekbones, the double cobra uraeus, are among the most distinctive royal portraits of any Egyptian pharaoh and are currently distributed across museums in Cairo, Khartoum, and the Louvre. Ancient Africa contains more mysteries than a single account can hold. The ones we have visited tonight: Great Zimbabwe's conical tower and its unanswered purpose, the round head figures of Tassili Nasr looking out from their 10,000-year-old walls, the Dogon's astronomical knowledge that may or may not contain an ancient understanding of a star no eye can see, the Lalibela churches carved downward from solid rock with a precision that still defies complete engineering explanation, the Mali Empire's manuscripts waiting in their thousands to be fully read, a Meroitic script that no one has unlocked, the Benin bronzes whose tradition seems to emerge without developmental history, the Swahili coast cities built in coral from the reef, the sand rock art encoding visions from the spirit world. These are the residue of civilizations that were thinking, building, trading, observing the stars, and encoding their understanding of the world in stone and pigment and brass and manuscript for thousands of years before the first European ship rounded the Cape of Good Hope. The mystery is not that Africa has ancient civilizations that cannot be explained. The mystery is why it has taken so long to look at them properly. The sites are there. The objects are in the museums. The manuscripts are in their libraries. The answers are in the ground, waiting for the archaeology that will eventually produce them. And in the meantime, the questions remain. What does the conical tower mean? What do the round head figures represent? What did the Dogon learn about Sirius? And how did they learn it? And what other knowledge is encoded in the 10,000 years of rock art that stretches from the Sahara to the Cape, painted by people who understood their world in ways we are only beginning to recover? The city of Carthage's North African hinterland, the region the Romans called Africa Proconsularis, contained dozens of cities whose ruins dot the Tunisian and Libyan landscape. Thaga, Daga, Spitla, Sabratha, Leptis Magna. These are principally Roman cities built on earlier Phoenician and Numidian foundations, and they present a different category of African mystery from the ones we have so far visited. The mystery here is not one of unknown origins or indecipherable scripts, but of richness and sophistication in a region that Western popular history has largely forgotten as a significant center of ancient civilization. Leptis Magna in particular deserves attention. Located on the Libyan coast, approximately 130 kilometers east of modern Tripoli, Leptis Magna was at its height in the early 3rd century CE, one of the most magnificent cities in the Roman Empire. Its harbor, markets, public baths, circus, and theater representing an investment in urban infrastructure that rivaled anything in Italy. The city's native son, Septimius Severus, became Roman emperor in 193 CE and lavished enormous resources on his hometown, commissioning a new forum, a new basilica, a triumphal arch, and a colonnaded street that transformed a prosperous provincial city into something approaching an imperial capital. The ruins of Severan Leptis Magna are among the best preserved Roman ruins anywhere in the world, and they sit in a landscape of remarkable desolation. The city was effectively abandoned in the 4th century as the Roman state contracted and as desertification encroached on its agricultural hinterland, and it was subsequently buried by sand that preserved the marble columns, the mosaic floors, and the carved decorative details in a state of extraordinary completeness. The specific mystery of Leptis Magna is less archaeological than historical. How did a city of this scale and magnificence, at the absolute frontier of the ancient European imagination's conception of Africa, become so thoroughly forgotten in the Western historical consciousness that most educated people today have never heard of it? The ruins were not lost. They were partially visible throughout the medieval period, visited by Arab and European travelers, and documented by Renaissance antiquarians. They were excavated systematically by Italian archaeologists in the early 20th century. Yet Leptis Magna remains a marginal fact in the popular understanding of Roman civilization, known to specialists and invisible to the broader public in a way that Pompeii or the Colosseum were not. The answer involves the specific geography of historical interest and cultural inheritance. The ruins of Italy are embedded in a tradition of European self-understanding as heirs to Rome, which has generated continuous scholarly and popular interest in Italian Roman sites. The ruins of North Africa are in the same inheritance, but appear on the wrong side of the Mediterranean for this tradition to apply with full force. The result is a set of archaeological sites of world significance, impeccably preserved, almost entirely outside mainstream cultural awareness. The ancient kingdom of Aksum, which we have already touched on through its stele, has one more mystery that deserves its own careful treatment, because it is one of the most consequential claimed geographical mysteries in the world, and one that has been the subject of sustained serious scholarship as well as popular fascination. The claimed location of the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant in the Hebrew Bible was the gold-covered wooden chest that contained the tablets of the Ten Commandments given to Moses on Mount Sinai, the most sacred object in the religion of ancient Israel, housed in the Holy of Holies in Solomon's Temple in Jerusalem. It disappears from the biblical narrative at some point before the Babylonian conquest of Jerusalem in 587 BCE. The second book of Chronicles describes the contents of the temple being plundered by the Babylonians, but the ark is not specifically mentioned in the list of plundered objects. From this point onward, the ark's fate is unknown in the historical record. The Ethiopian tradition is specific and unequivocal on this point. The Ark of the Covenant is in Aksum, in the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, in a special treasury building on the church compound, guarded by a single monk who is appointed for life to the role of guardian of the Ark, and who is never permitted to leave the compound. The Ethiopian claim traces the Ark's arrival in Ethiopia to the biblical story of the Queen of Sheba's visit to Solomon, which the Ethiopian tradition elaborates into a full narrative. The Queen of Sheba was Ethiopian. She visited Solomon and had a son by him named Menelik. Menelik visited his father in Jerusalem as a young man, and on his return he brought the ark with him to Ethiopia, replacing it in the temple with a replica. This narrative is set out in the Kebra Nagast, the Glory of Kings, a 14th century Ethiopian text that is central to Ethiopian national and religious identity. No non-Orthodox Ethiopian scholar or non-clerical researcher has ever been permitted to examine what the treasury building in Aksum actually contains, and no independent verification of the claim is possible under current conditions, since the guardian of the Ark is the only person permitted to enter the treasury. This inaccessibility makes the question permanently unresolvable by external investigation. The British researcher Graham Hancock devoted a substantial portion of his 1992 book, The Sign and the Seal, to investigating the Ethiopian claim, and reached a conclusion that the tradition is genuine, and that there is a historically plausible route by which the Ark could have been removed from Jerusalem before the Babylonian conquest and eventually brought to Ethiopia. His argument is interesting and carefully constructed, but is not accepted by mainstream historical scholarship, which generally treats the whereabouts of the Ark as unknown rather than as established. What the Ethiopian tradition does establish, regardless of the specific question of whether the Ark of the Covenant is actually in Aksum, is the antiquity and sophistication of Ethiopian Christianity and its relationship to the ancient Hebrew tradition. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church has maintained a uniquely Hebrew-inflected form of Christianity since its origins in the 4th century, including the observance of dietary laws derived from Leviticus, the keeping of the Sabbath alongside Sunday, the use of the tablet, a replica of the Ark, as the central sacred object in every Ethiopian Orthodox church, and a claim to descent from Solomon through Menelik that has been central to Ethiopian royal identity for centuries. Whatever the literal historical truth of the Solomonic connection, the tradition is deeply embedded in Ethiopian culture and has shaped the country's self-understanding in ways that continue to be significant today. The specific mystery of ancient African ironworking has received almost no attention in popular accounts of African history, but it is one of the most genuinely surprising findings in African archaeology. The conventional history of iron technology places its development in the ancient Near East, from which it spread west to Europe and south through Egypt to sub-Saharan Africa, reaching the continent's interior sometime after 500 BCE. This diffusionist account, in which technological innovation in Africa is treated as something imported from outside, has been significantly complicated by archaeological findings that place the development of iron smelting in parts of sub-Saharan Africa at dates that may be as early as anywhere in the world. At Uru, in the Great Lakes region of East Africa, in what is now Uganda, Rwanda, and Tanzania, archaeologists have found evidence of iron smelting dated to approximately 2,500 years ago, contemporary with the earliest iron production in the ancient Near East and substantially predating the period at which the diffusionist account would have iron technology reaching this part of Africa from Egypt. The Euro tradition, also known as the Early Iron Age of the Great Lakes region, used a specific smelting technology, the preheating of the air blast entering the furnace, that produced temperatures higher than the basic bloomery process and that generated iron of a quality suitable for tools and weapons without the subsequent work required by less refined smelting methods. This advanced smelting technique appears in the Uru tradition without a clear developmental sequence of simpler preceding technologies, raising the specific archaeological question of whether it was independently invented in the Great Lakes region or arrived there from some direction that the current evidence does not reveal. In the No culture of central Nigeria, dated to approximately 1500 BC to 500 CE, both iron smelting and extraordinary terracotta sculpture were being produced in the same region at the same time, making Nok one of the earliest and most complex cultural traditions in sub-Saharan Africa. The Nok terracotta figures, hollow human and animal sculptures made from carefully prepared clay and fired at temperatures that preserved them over 2.5 millennia, are among the oldest known examples of sub-Saharan African sculpture and are technically accomplished in ways that suggest a long preceding tradition of clayworking, though the archaeological evidence for this tradition has not been found. The specific puzzle of the Nok terracottas is their subjects. Many of the human figures are depicted with specific individual features, specific hairstyles, specific ornaments, specific poses that suggest portraiture rather than generic representations. But who the subjects were, what social role the figures played, and how they were used in Nok cultural life is not known. The Nok culture left no written records. The figures themselves, buried under 2 to 3 meters of alluvial soil by centuries of river flooding, are recovered in small fragments and reassembled by scholars who are working with the equivalent of a jigsaw puzzle whose original picture is unknown. The ancient salt mines of the Sahara and the Sahel are another largely unknown dimension of African ancient history, whose specific mysteries go beyond the simply economic. At Tagaza in the far north of Mali, and at Timbuktu's salt markets, and at the great salt flats of the Sahara, a trade in rock salt that was literally worth its weight in gold at the southern markets was organized and maintained across thousands of kilometers of desert for centuries by a combination of Tuareg and Berber traders, Saharan producers, and West African distributors, whose networks were the arteries of the medieval world's most extensive overland trading system. The salt trade of the medieval Sahara is documented well enough in the Arabic sources to be understood in its broad outlines. Gold from the Malian savanna went north for European and Mediterranean markets. Salt from the Saharan mines went south, because salt was scarce in the humid forest and savanna regions where the major West African populations lived. As specific terms of exchange varied by time and place, but the principle, a commodity abundant in one region, traded for a commodity abundant in another, is one of the most basic economic arrangements in human history, and the scale at which it operated across the Sahara in the medieval period was extraordinary. The mystery at the intersection of the salt trade and African ancient history is more specific. The question of how this trading system, operating across 2,000 kilometers of some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth, was organized, financed, and maintained without the bureaucratic infrastructure that we associate with comparable commercial operations in the contemporary European or Asian world. The answer appears to be that the organization was social rather than bureaucratic, embedded in kinship networks, in linguistic communities, in religious institutions, and in the specific trust relationships that long-distance trade builds over generations between communities that depend on each other. The Tuareg caravaneers who moved salt across the Sahara were not employees of a trading company, but members of communities whose identity and livelihood were built around the specific knowledge of desert travel and the specific relationships that sustained it. This form of economic organization, decentralized, socially embedded, trust-based over generations, is one of the specific things about pre-colonial African economies that Western economic history has had difficulty accommodating in its frameworks, which were developed primarily from European and Asian examples, where state and commercial bureaucracy played more visible organizing roles. The African instance is different in kind rather than inferior in scale, and the specific mechanisms by which it worked are only beginning to be reconstructed from the combination of Arabic sources, oral historical traditions, and the archaeology of the trading routes themselves. The calendar systems of ancient Africa are another dimension of the continent's scientific heritage that has received inadequate attention. The ancient Egyptians developed one of the earliest solar calendars in history, a 365-day year divided into 12 months of 30 days, with 5 additional days at the end. This calendar, which was in use by approximately 3000 BCE, was more accurate than the lunar calendars used by most contemporaneous civilizations, and became the basis for the Julian calendar that Julius Caesar introduced to Rome in 46 BCE, which is in turn the ancestor of the Gregorian calendar used throughout the world today. The lineage from ancient Egyptian calendar science to the calendar on the wall of every modern office is direct and unbroken. The Ge'ez calendar of Ethiopia, used by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and forming the basis of the Ethiopian civil calendar, is derived from the ancient Egyptian calendar, but has diverged from the Gregorian calendar over the centuries, currently running approximately 7 to 8 years behind the Gregorian calendar, which is why Ethiopia celebrated the new millennium in 2007 by the Gregorian reckoning, and why Ethiopians will tell you that their country is currently living in a different year from the rest of the world. The Ethiopian New Year, Enkuta Tash, falls in September by the Gregorian calendar, and the entire Ethiopian calendar system, with its unique month and day names and its 13-month structure, represents a continuous living tradition of timekeeping that traces its origins to the astronomical knowledge of the ancient Nile Valley. The Igbo people of Nigeria have a traditional week of 4 days, not 7. The Igbo week is built on a market cycle in which 4 named days cycle continuously, each market day rotating through different towns in a specific sequence, so that every town hosts a market day once every 4 days. This 4-day week is one of several non-7-day week systems found in Africa, reflecting the development of timekeeping and commercial organization in ways that were independent of the week systems of the ancient Near East and the Mediterranean. The mathematical structure of the Igbo 4-day cycle, when extended to the level of months and years, produces a calendar system that is both mathematically elegant and practically functional for organizing agricultural and commercial life. The calendrical knowledge encoded in various African oral traditions, the Swahili trade calendar organized around the monsoon winds, the Saharan caravaneer knowledge of seasonal water sources and temperature ranges, the knowledge of planting and harvest seasons maintained by agricultural communities from the Sahel to the Great Lakes, represents an enormous accumulated body of environmental and astronomical observation that was transmitted for generations without writing, and that is only now being documented and analyzed by researchers who recognize its significance before it is lost in the transition to modern calendar and agricultural systems. The question of African writing systems is one of the most interesting and most under-discussed aspects of the continent's ancient intellectual history, because the assumption that sub-Saharan Africa was without writing before European contact is false, and the specific writing systems that developed independently in Africa before or without European influence are genuinely interesting in their variety and their specific design solutions to the problem of encoding language in a visible medium. The Meroitic script, which we have already mentioned in the context of the Nubian pyramids, is the most ancient of the independently developed African scripts, and one of the most frustrating in its inaccessibility. The Ge'ez script of Ethiopia, which is still in use today as the script for Amharic and several other Ethiopian languages, is ancient enough that its origins are in the pre-Christian period of Ethiopian history, and its structure, an abugida, a writing system in which consonants are modified by diacritical marks to indicate the following vowel, is a genuinely original solution to the problem of representing language that differs structurally from both the purely consonantal Semitic alphabets and the purely phonemic European alphabets. The Ge'ez script is used today by approximately 20 million people. The Nsibidi script of the Igbo and Ekpebbles of southern Nigeria and Cameroon is a logographic and ideographic writing system, probably several centuries old in its current form, used by initiates of the Ekpe secret society to record and communicate information that was intended to be accessible only to members. Nsibidi uses abstract symbols, geometric shapes, stylized animal and human figures, arrangements of lines and dots to encode meanings that are conventional rather than phonetically based. It is one of the few pre-contact African writing systems that survives in continuous use by a community that understands its meanings, though the specific corpus of Nsibidi meanings is held within the Ekpe society and is not fully accessible to outside researchers. The Vayi syllabary, developed in Liberia in the early 19th century, is one of the most significant scripts in African linguistic history because its creation is historically documented. It was invented around 1830 by a Vayi man named Douala Bukel, reportedly following a dream, and it spread rapidly through the Vayi community and has been in continuous use since then. The Vayi syllabary is a genuine innovation rather than a borrowing, developed independently of any European or Arabic script system, and it represents one of the most recent cases of script invention in world history. The existence of the Vayi script is evidence against the specific assumption that African communities were unable or unwilling to develop writing. Given the opportunity and the need, writing systems emerged. The environmental history of Africa and its relationship to the continent's ancient civilizations is a dimension of the African mystery that ties together many of the specific sites and traditions we have visited tonight. The African humid period, the period from approximately 11,000 to 5,000 years ago when the Sahara was green, the Nile Valley was wider, and the entire northern portion of the continent supported a vastly larger human population than it does today, is the backdrop against which the earliest layers of the Tassili Niger paintings were made. And it is also the context in which the cattle-herding peoples who eventually became the ancestors of the ancient Egyptians developed the social complexity and agricultural knowledge that was the foundation of pharaonic civilization. The specific mechanism of the African humid period is understood in broad outline. Changes in the Earth's orbital parameters in the period from approximately 11,000 to 5,000 years ago shifted the position of the intertropical convergence zone, the band of rainfall-producing convection that follows the sun north and south across the equator with the seasons, further north in the northern summer, bringing monsoon rains into the Sahara that currently receive almost no rainfall. The result was a Sahara that had permanent lakes, rivers, and extensive grasslands, supporting hippos in the Saharan basins, crocodiles in the rivers, elephants in the savanna, and cattle-herding human communities across terrain that today supports nothing but sand dunes. The end of the African humid period, approximately 5,000 years ago, was not instantaneous, but also not gradual in the way that very slow geological processes are gradual. The drying of the Sahara happened over approximately 1,000 years in a feedback-driven process where the initial loss of vegetation reduced rainfall, which further reduced vegetation, which further reduced rainfall, accelerating the transition from green to desert in a relatively rapid cascade. The people who had been living in the Saharan grasslands migrated, many of them east toward the Nile Valley, bringing with them their agricultural knowledge, their cattle-herding traditions, and probably the cultural memories of the world they had left behind. The specific connection between the Green Sahara's people and the foundations of ancient Egyptian civilization is one of the most active areas of current research in African ancient history. What we know about the Green Sahara comes from multiple sources: the fossil lake and riverbeds preserved in the current Saharan geology, the animal bones from archaeological sites in the Sahara that show species now found only in sub-Saharan Africa, the rock art of Tassili Najjer, and the many other Saharan rock art sites that depict a world of water and animals, and the isotopic evidence from ancient teeth and bones that records the specific diet of people who ate the plants of a wetter Sahara, rather than the desert plants or imported food of a drier one. This convergence of evidence builds a picture of a populated, complex, ecologically rich Sahara that modern travelers across the same terrain find almost impossible to imagine. The Great Rift Valley, the geological feature that runs from the Afar Triangle in northeastern Ethiopia south through Kenya, Tanzania, and Malawi to Mozambique, is the landscape in which human evolution itself took place, and its specific archaeology is the deepest layer of the African mystery. The Rift Valley's rifting geology, which periodically uplifts and then buries sediment layers, creates conditions uniquely favorable for the preservation and then the exposure of ancient bones, and it is from the Rift Valley's formations that the vast majority of the fossil evidence for human evolution has been recovered. Lucy, the Australopithecus afarensis skeleton, discovered by Doan Johansen in the Afar Depression of Ethiopia in 1974, dated to approximately 3.2 million years ago, is the most famous example of the Rift Valley's fossil record. But the relevant archaeological sites span an enormous time range from the earliest known stone tool use at approximately 3.3 million years ago at Lomogvi in Kenya to the more recent archaeological layers that document the emergence of Homo sapiens behaviorally modern humans approximately 100,000 years ago. The specific mystery of African ancient history at this deepest level is not about civilization, but about origins. What specific sequence of events and environments produced the species capable of building Great Zimbabwe and carving the Lalibela churches and mapping the stars from the Tassili Plateau? The answer the fossil record provides is specific and somewhat humbling. The species that eventually built all the monuments we have been visiting began as something physically unremarkable, a bipedal ape in the African grassland, and acquired its capacity for culture and technology through a long and slow process of biological and cognitive evolution that took millions of years. The capacity for complex language, for abstract thought, for the specific kind of intentional planning that building a church from solid rock requires, these capacities developed gradually, driven by the specific selection pressures of the African environment, and the result is the species capable of all the things we have been discussing tonight. The specific irony is that Africa, the continent most often excluded from narratives of human achievement, is the continent where human achievement literally began, where the species first appeared, where the first tools were made, where the first symbolic thinking is evidenced, where the first modern humans emerged, before spreading across the rest of the world. Every person alive today, whatever their ancestry, is descended from people who lived in Africa, and the specific environmental pressures and social circumstances of African prehistory shaped the cognitive architecture that makes every human achievement in Africa and everywhere else possible. Before we reach the close of tonight's journey through African mystery, there is one more specific tradition that deserves its time: the sacred groves of West Africa, which are among the oldest continuously maintained religious landscapes in the world, and which preserve, in their specific combination of living ecology and cultural practice, a form of knowledge transmission that has no obvious parallel elsewhere. Sacred groves, areas of forest that are maintained in an inviolate state around shrines or spiritual sites, protected from agricultural clearing by religious prohibition, are found across West Africa from Senegal to Ghana, and in some cases, the groves that are maintained today have been protected for centuries, their ecological continuity maintained by the specific respect their communities extend to the prohibition against clearing them. In Ghana, some of the sacred groves of the Akan people have been continuously protected for at least 400 years, documented in the historical record from the time of European contact and maintained through the subsequent periods of colonial disruption and post-colonial change. The specific ecological value of these protected groves is significant in landscapes that have been heavily modified by agriculture across centuries. The sacred groves preserve patches of the original forest ecosystem, providing refugia for plant and animal species that would otherwise be absent from the wider landscape. The African sacred grove system is, in this sense, one of the oldest conservation systems in the world, maintaining ecological continuity not through a formal understanding of conservation biology, but through the specific logic of religious prohibition. Something is protected because it is sacred, and the ecological consequence of that protection is the preservation of biodiversity that a purely practical conservation approach might not have sustained. But the sacred groves are more than ecological refugia. They are also archives. The shrines at the center of the groves are repositories of oral history, of genealogical records, of the specific memories of communities. The priests and priestesses who maintain the groves are keepers of a tradition that encodes information about land, water, weather, and social history in forms that have survived the disruptions of colonialism, Christianity, and modernity with varying degrees of completeness. In some groves, the tradition is still strong, and the knowledge is still transmitted. In others, the chain has been broken, and the information encoded in the grove's practices and stories is being lost faster than it can be documented. The specific mystery of the sacred groves is what they contain that has not yet been recovered. What botanical knowledge about medicinal plants? What historical information about landscape change and community movement? What astronomical and calendrical knowledge encoded in the orientation of shrines and the timing of ceremonies is embedded in these living archives of African knowledge and has not yet been systematically documented and understood? Ancient Africa contains more mysteries than a single account can hold. The ones we have visited tonight, Great Zimbabwe's conical tower and its unanswered purpose, the round-head figures of Tassili Nasr looking out from their 10,000-year-old walls, the Dogon's astronomical knowledge that may or may not contain an ancient understanding of a star no eye can see, the Lalibela churches carved downward from solid rock with a precision that still defies complete engineering explanation, the Mali Empire's manuscripts waiting in their thousands to be fully read, the Meroitic script that no one has unlocked, the Benin bronzes whose tradition seems to emerge without developmental history, the Swahili coast cities built in coral from the reef, the sand rock art encoding visions from the spirit world, the Nubian queens who fought Rome to a standstill, the Aksumite stele whose transport remains unexplained, the sacred groves preserving knowledge in living form. These are the residue of civilizations that were thinking, building, trading, observing the stars, and encoding their understanding of the world in stone and pigment, and brass and manuscript for thousands of years. The mystery is not that Africa has ancient civilizations. It cannot be explained. The mystery is why it has taken so long to look at them properly. The sites are there. The objects are in the museums. The manuscripts are in their libraries. The answers are in the ground, waiting for the archaeology that will eventually produce them. And in the meantime, the questions remain. What does the conical tower mean? What do the round head figures represent? What did the Dogon learn about Sirius? And how did they learn it? And what other knowledge is encoded in the 10,000 years of rock art that stretches from the Sahara to the Cape, painted by people who understood their world in ways we are only beginning to recover? Sleep well. The morning is a long way from the time when these questions will all be answered.